Hi.
Hello.
Hello. Oh, I'm here. Ah, hope you're doing. I see Nick. I see Afterlife. I see Will. Just checking for coffee. Milo. River. Oh, lots of people. So, a clean new start? Maybe not. I bought Ableton, no? No, I didn't. Yeah, last week I did some testing around. I made a mistake. I reactivated the Reason subscription, installed it, testing around, and yeah, it didn't really work out. So I canceled it. Yeah, it's money lost, but yeah. I installed my old Bitwig. Nah, deinstall it again. uh, and then I started out. Oh, let's make some cleaning. Spring clean. It's some spring cleaning on YouTube. I'm not yet through all of them. I eliminated a few channels because I was going through my subscription. I've seen channels that haven't been active for. I gave up. I gave when they're not active for like 6 months or a year. Admit it. They're not coming back. So, and then got through gear channels. Not following gear channels anymore. I will not buy 1,000 synthesizer anyway. If I buy something, I know what to buy. Or might look up some reviews maybe. But at the moment, no. So no gear. All these free plugins channels, stop unfollowing them because yeah, in the end you end up like having 1,000 free plugins, and yeah, you're not, and even one that I did like in the beginning. His latest releases was okay. What the heck is that? So yeah, I could choose not to install, of course, but I said, yeah, you know what, I'm done with that. The same goes for when I install like Air Windows, like what was it called? The other from has a huge range. That one I unfolded some time ago. Plenty of others, and did uninstall quite a few plugins, even some that I actually bought and wasn't really happy using them because something was off. And yeah, VCO, the Observer. Just started out uninstalling this thing using especially the freebies. Yeah, I was going through my effects. I even had one folder here, and I checked the sites. I did get had one free. I never used it. I don't know why I installed it from Sonic Particles, and I was checking the site. And now I know that I will never, ever buy anything from that company because it's binaural Atmos thing. I won't be using that. And second, the price. They're very expensive. They might be useful for someone who actually makes that stuff. I don't. So, yeah. Funky Basement. So I installed even that free one, and I'm still having quite a few because what also made me decide I kind of made a mistake. I bought instead of first demoing some plugins from Audio Damage. I do have a few. Which I really like. I never had problems. And then I grabbed Ascent and Descent, like a granular delay reverb thing, and I installed them, and I said, oh, something is off. And it might not be the plugins, because I also have a problem. I don't know if it's repo related because I was testing around. Okay, and someone in their Discord said you can go into the setting with just a text file and change a few things like the bloom they're using. That improved a bit, and then I tested around loading them in the traditional Reaper window here, the effects chain. That improved a bit because when loading the traditional floating window like this, hope it's gonna start. This one, when I was dragging, it was lagging. And at the beginning, it was even worse because it totally froze up Reaper. And I said, what the heck? I did write about it on their Discord, but didn't really get any answer because it's not that the Discord is empty, but I think Geary overhead. Yeah, and it's not the first time this thing happening because I had the same problems with initial audio, and I did find out that it was coming from the app from Elgato for the camera, and I was wondering because I still have the Stream Deck open here. I'm not sure if it's not running in the background, if the Steam Deck actually is working. I'm not sure because I think when there's an application running in the background which is web based, that might be doing some weird GPU rendering issue. I don't know. Because I had the situation on my old PC, which had an NVIDIA graphic card. The laptop here has an integrated Intel Arc GPU, and still the same thing was kind of happening. And also because I tested these two plugins in Bitwig and Reason, and the same thing happening. Because normally when I had the issue with initial audio, it wasn't lagging in Bitwig. So I don't know where it's coming from. It's really weird. And it can happen even in some older ones, even with Arturia, but it's not always happening. So I think it's that thing running in the background with the web-based application. I don't know. I'm not an IT guy, though. And Visio say, then what's your top 5 plugins that you have? Top 5? Oh my goodness. You're asking top 500? I do have too many plugins. I do have plugins that I use. Like I would even say not top 5 plugins, but top 5 brands. That would actually fit more into my thing. My top 5 brands: Arturia, Yuhi, Devious Machines, Cable Guys, and D16, definitely. On 6th, I could add Melda. That's pretty much it. I recently, I do like PSP. Polyverse, yes, too. So I would say top 10. SSL, of course. They are very nice. Very expensive, though. So I always get a deal. I did like Audio Damage. I got rid of Audio Modern because at some point I wanted to try out the Soundbox because I found some third-party presets for it, but in the end, no. Maybe open an issue on the Reaper Discord. Yeah, I did that some time ago. But apparently it's just me. Apparently it's the same thing with Beam. Apparently it's just me having problems with the login and the credential. I don't know. The only thing I can do at the moment is resetting. It's the only thing that's worked. Because I changed this morning. I was changing my login credentials and email in my Microsoft account. That also affects my settings, my user account in Windows 11, everything. That didn't work out either. So I was testing, because I thought it may be something with the Microsoft account and the email address, but nope, that wasn't it. I did a restart, but nope. So, and I did have contact with support, and they said, yeah, delete the credentials and log in again. But it's not that the problem. It looks like, I don't know. It's very weird. And that's great. PSP Vintage Warmer, too. I actually don't have that one. I did grab quite a few on sale. Where's my folder here? PSP. PSP. Of course, some might not like it because it uses iLog. I don't have the vintage one, and I think it is not cheap. I might get it when it's on a deal, because that one actually isn't really cheap. Yeah, it's 149. Ouch. Yeah, that's pretty expensive. There's the micro warmer, which is a little less expensive. I know that because I do like the company because Mike Robinson loves the Infinistrip, and maybe that at some point I will grab it. But I still do have a lot that I don't have. I'm always checking if there's a deal or something. I do get a bit of a reduction because I'm a member, but it's not huge. But with that trauma has magic inside it. Yeah, and because I do have this one is actually a free one. The Spectre, and I did grab the meter because I had other metering plugins that I didn't really like. This one has so many options, and yeah. Otherwise, I did get a few free ones and a few on a sale. Infinity, yeah, it is. Mike loves it because it's zero latency too. It just works for him. I did get, and I don't use a lot of channel strips because I think I made a folder for channel strips. I think, did I? Yeah, I do. These are not kind of channel strips, but Mulder, a real traditional channel strip, the 2SSL, that I don't really have a usage for. I think I got the vocal strip I did get for free with the Focusrite. And this one I don't use because that one adds a huge load of noise. The Prestige racks, yeah, kind of, because I got it on a deal, and they kind of screwed people over because when I grabbed it, it was like 50% off or something. I got it for $50, and like 4 days later, they sold it for 24. And said, what the fuck? Seen Hawkeye or heard of it and analyzed it. I actually never heard of it. Hawkeye. Hmm? The audio damage decent, and it's working at your place because it's not really working at my place. It is working, but it might be a Reaper thing. I don't know. Because I never had these kind of problems with audio damage, actually. Mike used it on every mix. I think he actually used Infinistrip on any channel. So, Hawkeye. Milo is intriguing me here. Hawkeye VST. SPL. It's from Plugin Alliance. Aha. Yeah, that reminds me a bit of. It kind of, when you compare it to the PSPs, kind of the same thing. So who is imitating who? That's a good question. 49. Yeah. Very noisy is Hawkeye. Yeah, but you compare it to the to this one, because if you load special full views like full meter, it kind of looks like the same thing. So I'm asking myself, who was imitating who? Because the UI looks kind of same. So I don't know. And at some point, I did demo it some time ago. Another one that I know that Venus Theory uses a lot. I did get the delay from them. And that one even exists as a standalone, which is, yeah. Actually, was fine, but mostly been learning at homework. Don't use it much. Yeah, it looks identical, which is kind of weird. I will say often they have a setting to adjust the noise level. Yeah. And a Mixbox. Actually, that's one I did uninstall because at some point I liked IK Multimedia, and then I have the Modo drum and bass that I used like 1 or 2 times, and I did have Mixbox and the other one. I never used it, so it would be a siege. Yeah, I actually bought one like just half an hour ago. I did grab the compressor from Klanghelm because I was checking the price. I said, okay, compared to adding the one from Yuhi, which is far more expensive, I'll grab that one. So, let's reset my meter here into my. So that one, okay. Yeah, that's pretty much it. So I did uninstall Audio Modern and IK Multimedia. What else did I? Oh, a few freebies. That's it. I can't remember. It's a mess for me. Yeah, it's not because I was at some point. I wanted to upgrade not the Mixbox, the other mastering thing, and as I'm, yeah, maybe at some point I'll install it, but the T-Rex, yeah, the T-Rex, it's okay, but as I'm not a really huge fan of hardware-looking things, I never used it. I don't know why, and then. There was a point when I was checking upgrading from 5 to version 6. They added a few new ones, like 2 or 3, and for $100. Okay, I might just stick with mixing and mastering. I have Melda, quite a few interesting things from Arturia, and yeah, that's I yeah. So big spring clean, and with YouTube, I'm not really totally finished, but and I even did I put some tracks in another folder and restarting new. I won't be changing my style or my workflow too much, but I'm certainly more, as I posted, more focused. I'm not doing like, let's do some hip hop or let's do some. No, I'm gonna do my thing and let's keep at it. So this morning I finished. I started, not finished. So yeah, that made this. And I tried also to get used. I still can launch the floating window because I got my mixer open here. And I also wanted to get used to not seeing the effects chain. Instead, I'm going to use the traditional plugin window, which also works kind of nice. Some don't like it. I mean, you can switch all things, but good doggy. Death prong, maybe could call it death prong. Doom prog. Another thing I wanted to test. Let's save it before. Because I've seen Juanchis doing it. With the where is it? I think it's the appearance. Tooltips, that's the delay. Because there's a setting. With the refreshing of my the volume thing and the mixer. Let's go to my, because I've seen him. He put it, because I did put it on 60. Maybe also something that could. Let's actually change that back again to standard. Okay. And then, where's my playback? No. Is it? That's the envelope. Peak waveform. Will help me out. I heard of it. They say it's a Sue's 2 killer. I say it now. Well, it's 3-1. If it works, because I normally use the 3 body tag. Where the heck is that? Automation media, auto blocking. I don't know. Could actually search for it, but can't find it. That's plugin. track meters. There it is. Meter volume. Meter update frequency. I did change it. Meter decay. Refresh rate. Let's actually ask. Oops, not that browser. Let's ask Internet Reaper track meter update frequency hertz maximum. If the update frequency Reaper can be set significantly higher than the default, which usually common setting to 60 for maximum smooth, or sometimes to 100. Default is 12 hertz or 30, so that is the default, 12 or 30. Okay. I'm not sure if it's actually because my screen is very high. Video refresh rates. I mean, look, even manager just meter decay, setting in the same menu to a higher just dB. Where is it? 60. Let's put it on 60 and 60, just to test it. Huh? Because I also got the feeling decay set to, I had a reference to 50, decay set to 48. The thing is, my screens are on display ports at 165 hertz. Minimum set to -75 and 6. Minimum 75 to 6. What's -75 and 6. And it's refresh rate. And I will keep it like this. That looks better. Because I sometimes I get the feeling that Reaper has some great function, but when it comes to GPU and refresh rate, but the same thing when you launch VCV, it's the same thing because you can adjust the refresh rate, but it's best to leave it not too high. Because even if your GPU and screens have a great refresh rate, the problem is the applications don't. It might be interesting for gamers. They might, I don't know if they are adaptive. Because I know that for certain games like they're testing at different refresh rates, like 60 and even more or lower, that might not work. So you wonder how these applications really handle these functions. There are other functions involved that just, because I was testing with the lagging, I was testing the OpenGL, DirectX, the 3D. I was testing the refresh rate. And for example, in VCV, I know that if you go over a certain refresh rate, it doesn't really work. It's almost impossible to use because it's getting so laggy. So, yeah. Also, your games on a 60, only shooters on high, only it's on of GS 160. Yeah, and you wonder. So if you set your screens to these days, you have certain screens that go so high with refresh rates and display and all that. Is it really affecting anything? So, because for example, the laptop has a very high resolution. It's a 2048. It's a VUXA. But for laptops at my point, for me, it's too small. I like the normal traditional 1080, but I mean, how quickly does that particular information need to be updated? Yeah, that's a good question. But what the metering? Yeah, it looks cool. It looks. Usually refreshing screen sync anyway. So if the game is 60, the monitor will match it. Yeah, and with the testing with the two new plugins from Audio Damage, I was testing around, changing the screen refresh rate, and even going into the advanced setting of my graphics setting in Windows. It didn't affect anything. So it's very odd. So, and you don't really know what's actually running in the background. And as I said, web-based application, these kind of, I mean, they're pushing on that, but I don't like it. Because I had that, I found a site where to make some videos, where you can just, you have a template, and then you upload your audio, and then it's adapting. It was okay, but it was so damn slow. I once rendered a video, and suddenly my battery was at almost at zero, even though the cable was plugged in. So it was using so much CPU, and yeah, because it's browser based, that feeds up so much RAM. And I don't know why people developing such things. Like recently, I found someone made a browser-based synthesizer, which at first look, it's interesting, but it's browser-based. At least that will take up so much RAM. It's unusable. I don't know. Imagine loading like 10 instances of that. I don't get it. Why they're pushing these web-based applications. I don't know. And they even like they made FL Studio in the browser. What good use is that? I mean, yeah, you can use it anyway. They're trying to push it to have access to everything on every. How do you deal with latency? I do have my the buffer at 512. I normally don't lower too much because of the streaming on laptop. I did try like half, like the 256. That still was working, but lower. I don't know. Writing remotely, yeah. If you have some PC and laptop and mobile devices, web-based synths. And because I did watch a video, it's an interesting approach, and I played around with it. Said, okay, it was kind of quirky. Oh yeah, it's like that plug da- plug data. I don't know really how it works. I installed it, and yeah, it's kind of modular system, but in the end, I was loading some patch, and what the heck is going on? Maybe browser base would run locally. Yeah, but it's still using totally too much resource. These browsers are. If you had like a browser that doesn't like, for example, if you launch like Chrome or Firefox or no matter what it is, there's so much things running in the background. Even if you're just looking at YouTube, in the end, it takes up so much RAM, even though it runs locally. I don't know. These web, I don't like it. Maybe on other system it might be better. I don't know. On Windows it's a nightmare. Some nightmarish music. Duck, duck, go. For your product, yeah, definitely. Yeah, probably. I mean, there's so much thing that's been published that to get attention. Uh, there's too much stuff out there. I was I was surprised that linear display was back, and funny enough, seeing the video, Data Bros actually made a video and a kind of live stream where he was using linear display plugins because now they're so free. And there was one guy in chat who said, "Oh, it's the same guy that does the glitch machines." Not really. They did a collaboration, but it's on a different. Yeah. It was Data was saying, "No, no, you're wrong. It did develop for glitch machine, but it's two different companies. It's like Mario Nieto worked on coding GateLab for Audio Modern. So, there's a door that runs in a browser. Can't remember. Well, FL Studio has a browser-based version, and there is what was that? There's another one, which also runs in a browser, but can't remember. I think also a big company. That yeah, they trying makes such thing, but do people actually really using it? I don't know. Maybe if you have like a huge RAM machine, like 128 RAM, that you can load your browser, and then how you get the audio from the browser into you have to record loopback and oh my, I don't know why they're doing it. Kind of weird. I even I managed to have a sidechain going on, but I just used the rear comp here. I was trying to test around. It sounds industrial. It sounds industrial like it. There's Strudel, the browser-based music coding environment. I think I heard of that. I've seen, I think there's a woman, I've seen coding trans arpeggios with some application. Thing about the door in a browser is sharing it online with others. Yeah, that might be a thing. If you're doing collaboration, instead of using local based, and then might be easier to collaborate with that kind of thing, because a browser is installed in every system. You don't need to have a specific. That's the thing, because, for example, someone working in Ableton to get things out, and someone actually using Studio One or Reaper or Logic, because I've seen the collaboration that This World Needs a Hero did. He had some timing problems apparently, which Ben Jordan did play around. But Ben Jordan is a genius. he even gets the melody scripting. He's smarter than me, definitely. So, I wanted to test a bit around with some Yuhi stuff today. So let's actually, because this morning, instead of just buying another plugin, I did get an email. There was a sale from Triple Spiral Audio. It said you could do your own bundles and get, depending on the bundle, so much percentage off. And I was checking the site and said, "Oh, there's a bundle like more than 50% off for Zebra 2. I grabbed that. And the bundle even included presets. But the funny thing, it includes for Dark Zebra, but actually when you launch either of them, they just look different, but they're using the same preset. A guy called Bunny. How you doing? Is the cold gone? Oops, let's load it. No, not there. So, you two also switching streams with it. Oh my. It's like that, found an Italian guy who was doing video with plug data with a very, 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 very complex patch. Oh my goodness. It almost looked like these sci-fi UIs that they have in science fiction movies with all kinds of displays. And it's very confusing because I had no clue what's going on. So it's very strange, actually. So zebra. Let's get into. I even did some cleanup with my presets here. So there's ARP. I think BL is Bell. I don't know. I think it's baseline. Yeah. Mm. I mean, you know Vicious Antelope, and of course Tom Wolfe and famous Love Tom and the Unfinished. But Triple Audio makes damn good presets. I like that. I like that too. Actually, when you're mentioning strudel, I like Apfelstrudel, not coding in strudel. Apfelstrudel. Almost did sound like Adolf. Apfelstrudel. That might work. That might work. You do realize that I will never make a patch from scratch in Zebra. That's for sure. So I will duplicate that one here. So here. But I'm going to change that MIDI thing. That's a bit too much of a geek. I will get that. Very basic. Yes, like that. Okay, and then leave the last one. Oops. Out. Just making it more interesting. But I also, there's variation. Let's see. And for those who don't know who a guy called Bunny is, it's not Wabbit. It's actually Dole's House Music. Who is our live jamming Chicago house, man. Eddie Böse, what du det da? Let's leave that one out. And place these die. Okay. Yes, that sounds better. Times it. Let's see. Adding a MIDI there. I might need to change my track template because it's still loading those damn note names. Mm-hmm. Maybe like this? I don't know. That sounds better. Eddie Böse. How's he doing? Eddie is our... I know quite a few VCV rack specialists, but Eddie is one of them. Like Uncle Chrome is one of them. Of course, Omri, Cohen. And recently I found out that Anna Motion published a new video with a VCV rack. I was, ooh. I do have it installed, but I have no clue how it works. I tried to make an effect preset with Cardinal, and that failed completely. Because I was trying to have a stereo delay, but in the end I got a mono delay on one channel. Oh my goodness. That didn't work out. So. I might add some kind of form of a drone. Let's use also some Dawson. Dawson is also good for drones. I did post it on my Discord. He's working on... He recently published Love 2, and someone was asking, oh, will there be Hate 2? And said, no. He's working on Cult and Abyss 2 with some new interesting functions, which is very good. So that's very dark. I like that. Me is like this. You know who that was? Me is like this. Sad time with VCV kind of is not so nice. Yeah, it's a bit odd to work. So I do wonder if you use the VCV Rack Pro inside of Reaper. I don't know. I've never seen someone doing it, actually. I'm not even sure if Omri is using the Pro version for his setup. I'm not sure. Yeah, because Cardinal just using the open source stuff, so you might not get every plugin. And there was a developer, because Omri did stream, a developer who did quite a few modules. I even played around with those. Recently died. You have VCV Pro, works well as VST. I knew it was used. Yeah. One day, I was always planning on it, but I really would need to dig again to onto VCV. That's why I didn't uninstall it, because building stuff and using it as an instrument or an effect, interesting. But maybe someday. I don't know. Someday it will happen. Drone. Very dark drone. Very powerful drone. Maybe like a very powerful cord. Could actually name it. It might summon Andy, adoring drones. Sequence. Like that. Do I have many time? Don't use VC. Actually, yeah. Juanchis! Yeah, that might be. Let's keep that. We'll change a few things. Let's save it. And I'll be back in 5 minutes. And we're back. And it's great. Patch storage. Yeah, I know. And funny enough, patch storage also recently, I even saved it, I think. Let me get into my preset thing here. Unfiltered audio put up patches for their plugins on patch storage, which you can download. It's not a huge load. Patches for Biome, Lion, the synthesizer, mostly done by one guy. I did download the presets from Jeremy Wensworth, who also makes plugins for VCV and has a YouTube channel. I was surprised. Okay, there are others, even Bitwig. I see tons of others. Oh my goodness! But when you look at VCV Rack, 8,816 patches. Oh, that's a lot. Even a Reason Combinator, there's a reactor on it. Not much, but VCV is the thing here. There's some Max for Live. I was kind of surprised, and there is even Cardinal here, which is interesting. Even patches for Bespoke, which is a very odd modular system. Most of it I have no use for it. Well, I tried a few, and I loaded them and always had some problems because I had modules missing. Okay, I'm not so let's change my sequence a bit. Key snap. It's too long. Like this, maybe. That's working. Very droney stuff. Let's use that again and change my MIDI again to just 1 and 2. Okay. And leave that like this. Okay. Then we're going to duplicate that in here and change that. Okay. Haha. That actually works. Yeah, Juanchis, you know the Mexicans still work too much. Well, time is just must be like 9 a.m. Mexico, I think. Must be somewhere around there. So, here, how does it sound? That sounds good. Okay. Let's maybe take a little break here. There. About this construction. Haha. 10 a.m. Yeah, I think. Because Eastern 10 a.m. Oh, wow. It's almost 4 p.m. here. See my clock. Oh, it's the cat is moving just above my it could change that. Ah. I hear. Wait a minute. Don't sneeze. Who are you? So I got this. What else could we add? I don't know. Maybe some. Percussion. Maybe if I launch my loop cloud again. Flanger on drums. I already have a delay on the drum. I'll add some second drum maybe. Loops. Maybe that one, I'll change it to used and then download it. And then oh, that's my media. Let's put on. Because I learned something from Juanchis, how to load my samples here. There. There. Okay. So now, let's see what could we add some effect on there. Motion. Let's go crazy. Let's use the moon echo. We're gonna talk to the moon tonight. Could ping the moon. Pinging the moon. Might change something. I don't know. That's kind of weird. It's maybe too noisy. That might work. It's a bit noisy though. Fun one, yeah. I've seen the video where it was explaining how it actually how you made it. You might do already an envelope on bypassing, because otherwise we got too much noise. Yeah. Justo! Where's Justo? Ah, there you finger. Justo likes finger. You're popling. That's why Will said don't sneak out. Turn down dust to get rid of the noise. Dust. Where's dust? The dust. the dust. Here. There. You could moderator, so maybe just a tiny bit of noise. Like that. Oops. Kind of feedback. You got feedback from the moon. So let's duplicate that. And we're going to add these a bit later here. Okay. Maybe not this one. Yeah, that's better. So you got, let's add Zitrone, but with a bit of a bit less notes. Yes, very drony. And drony until there. Drony. And add these. Oops. Let's change the notes a bit. It's a bit T. Tiny bits. Just one note. Yes. Marilyn. Marilyn. Where is it? Where?
Hi. Hello.
So, I still hear my moon. Back to the beginning. Victor. Eva. Let's find some interesting. Bueno. We can play Synseeker. I need an Ableton push. Rave music. The Combinator. Boom, 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 boom. Remember that track? The Combinator. Boom, 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 boom. Oh, my good techno track. I mean, they are pushing, serum. Actually, UHE synthesizers. They really sound good. That's another Combinator. Let's make some trance. That's all right. I sometimes I don't. Is this the name of the? Trance. Could that work? I don't know. It does sound spooky. Gil! Yeah, Hive 2 is amazing. It took me a while to get the UE stuff, because they're not cheap. But they always do a sale on Black Friday, I think. And sometimes, if you're lucky, you get a good deal on Plug-in Boutique. With the effects, I only got a few. Which one? Let me check. I did get the Filterscape And the color copy. Yeah, that's pretty much it. I know that Odo loves the satin, and he also uses the compressor quite a lot. Well, yeah, they do cost a lot of money, and yeah, compressors I do have enough, so I wouldn't buy the compressor except if it's on a sale. But I actually would like that plugin pack with the 10 creative plugins from UE. That's one day. They are far more interesting than just a compressor or saturator. Yes, and also there's quite a lot of people doing presets for UE synthesizers. I found so many, from free to paid. You find for Diva, you find for Hive, you find for Zebra. You actually don't need to stick around and make your own presets, except if you're crazy enough. But let's see how it goes with the new Zebra tree. I even found presets for the Zebra LED. I know that Dash Glitch loves using it, but it's a very complex synthesizer. Free compressor, Frontier VST. Eddie Bersey knows. So, could it fit somewhere? Maybe around here. With some notes. 16. Oh, that drone. Maybe higher. I don't know. Sound a bit off. Let's find something else. Maybe that one. How does that? Maybe. No. Closer. Haha. I'm getting there. I'm getting there. Making trance here. Actually, sounds good. If we change it slightly. Let's leave it reacting to velocity and change that thing a bit. Okay. I confused guild with my hive. It's the Ismo dog from Plugmon, where I also did grab the Diva skin and the skin Human Pro for Zebra. It took me a while, and I even got, well, I was kind of lucky because Plugmon doesn't do sales, but he did make, what was it? I think a 10-year existence sale. And I grabbed one of his skins, and I really like it. He also has, I did get a few free ones, but they kind of quirky because they rather work in the old system because they're very small, which I didn't really like. I did install them, but I never used them. So it's free. And even though the original does look nice, the original, okay, but it can be a bit confusing. There's a lot of stuff going on, but when you look at it, it also has the grayish one. I do like the dark one. And there's also another one, I think. But that I installed and it didn't work, so. DaVinci Girl. Let's add just okay, that sounds nice. Let's actually add which was one? This one, I think, or the color copy. Which one was that? That's the more feedback machine. That's the filter kind of thing. Or this one. No, this one. Is there an instruction how to there is. It's a bit hard to find, actually. Let me check the folder. We're on the Hive. Hive. There's a Hive data. And you have to go into which was it? Preset database. No, that's modules. Presets. Support. You have to go put it into. So you got the installation, your username, documents, UHI, and then you have the installed UHI stuff. And there's Hive, Zebra stuff. And you go into the Hive data, point data, and there is, it might be that you don't have the folder yet. There is should be a folder support with a uppercase S and support, and then in there should be a folder named themes, and there you put the folder of the Hive skin. It's a bit. I think there is. When you download, there is a text file, but I'm not sure. Because on his site, it's a bit hidden how to install. But there are explanation when you Google it, but it's that folder here. I can copy it over. Here, it's Hive Data Support Themes. And then in the themes, you got the images and scripts and all that. The folder should go in that structure. And the same goes if you go into the Zebra Diva support themes, and that's the same thing. So that's the where to put. I think because there is a link on UHI side where you can find presets, and you can also find some UIs, but most of them are kind of weird. Some of them songs did look Eurovision from SOR. Yeah, I mean, I tried 2 times, but that didn't work out. Might do, I don't know. Yeah, the thing is, DaVinci Go, when Symptoms of Reality are doing their collaboration thing, you have to say, okay, I'm in. Everybody gets, it's kind of a lottery. And they pick out the people, and then you collaborate with someone you might not know. But you still could do a collaboration and send in the song or video for the popcorn night. Because the collaboration thing is a bit different. Because they take a hat, they take the names, and then they sort out, and then you collaborate. So you might end up with people, okay, how's that working out? But apparently it does, but it's not that maybe not that easy, but so from the beginning, I might we could just name it keys. Ah. Okay, got the naming, and then start over. The thing is, with collaborating, you might get. Musicians are kind of weird. They're artists, and artists are weird, and not just artistically, but also humanly. Because when you look at bands. Like this morning, I watched a short video about Cream, that famous supergroup. Apparently, the drummer, Ginger Baker, absolutely disliked and hated the bass player. But they got together anyway. And apparently it did work, but not for ages. But you get... in a band or project, sometimes it works. I mean, look at Rush. I mean, they started out as a three-piece. I think it was a three-piece from the beginning. But the drummer didn't really... Yeah, they got rid of the drummer, but that didn't work out. And they got a new drummer. And it was okay, it's working, yeah. And it worked for decades. Thomas! But you see other bands, and at the beginning it works out, and then you got something is off. Something they might have differences, and it's not just a musician, it's a human thing. They have different tastes, different views. Okay, we could do that. And in the end, it doesn't work out. But yeah, you can't say, let's go solo, everybody. That doesn't work out either. Because, yeah, on your own, you might end up like some guy with a guitar. It might work out, but if you're very special. Like, I know that, for example, Matthew Moran, he always played by his own. And you got people like, with his channel, One Man and His Songs. He actually made a video because he said, I can't work with other people. That's why I'm not in a band. It doesn't work out for him because he's a bit, I think it was because he's autistic or something. He can't work with other people. So doing collaboration, and I mean, even with actors, you get actors that just can't stand each other. It might work for the movie, but might not. So yeah, artists are. It's not easy. Financiers show themselves around 250. Ouch. A lot of money. By finding out how to install things. Gilp installed a theme. Whee! Yeah, it's a bit quirky, but because I think that the theme folder isn't in their as a standard, because when you install the UHE stuff, it doesn't come with theme folder kind of. So because there is also Plugmon also made a skin for one of the effects, but not every effect. So yeah, collaborating with musicians, especially you install it on a Mac. Oh, yeah, that might be even different. So yeah, it's not easy. I mean, time zone, especially when you don't come together physically, it might even not work out because yeah, you have to count in time zones, and then the other guy might be busy. Because when you look at collaboration, like the duos, that might work sometimes. And you have to find, okay, first to start off with management, and then management says, all right, my guy or girl wants to do collaboration with you. Do you have the time? Let's see. Or it's like touring together. Who's going to support us? So, yeah. Musicians are a species on their own. So it's not easy. I don't think I will actually do a collaboration again or trying because I tried, it didn't work out. So. And the same goes, I mean, when you're doing collaboration, first, does the music style fit? I mean, it's hard to. Sometimes it works out. I mean, you take a band that makes, I don't know, metal, or mostly metal bands, collaborating with an orchestra. The orchestra might say, "What, a metal band? How do you think that's going to work out?" Sometimes it works, but they still have that resentment. Or that might be, oh, these guys just make noise. They scream a lot. So, and then they come together like Marillion did. At first, I don't even know how it started out. I think it started out on a tour. They wanted to add not a big, but a small piece of like a chamber orchestra with 5 or 6 musicians. And actually, in the end, it did work out because I think that the producer or mixer had contacts with these musicians and said, would you be interested on doing a collaboration with Maria? I said, oh, interesting idea. But in the end, it did work out, but sometimes it doesn't. Okay. Yeah, you mentioned Katie. I was surprised on Friday seeing ProSynth Network having a very interesting guest. I was a bit late. Switch on the stream. And oh, I do know that guy. It's Mark Kelly from my favorite band, Marillion. And the funny passage was Andy was asking, actually, Robbie did post a question, if he actually considered playing with modular synths. And Mark said, yeah, I thought of it, but no. It's a rabbit hole I'm not going into. The Vatican for German artists like Sarah Engels, really. I don't even know who Sarah Engels is. So it costs 3 minutes, 400,000 euros. Oh my, that's too much money. I could buy another car. I could buy a house for that. That is pretty poor in my mind. I was in the general. It's burn for fire. Well, I'm not into the Eurovision thing at all. Gilp likes the new skin. Yes, I mean, they do add interesting stuff. Because when you look at it, when you look at even for the zebra, when you launch the zebra, you can't even hide everything here. Not the modulators. But when you look at the original, that's the original Zebra 2 kind of look. There's a lot of clicking. And when you look at the Newman, it is big. But you can also, because 100% it might be too big. Why I do like it on even 80 would be interesting. But 80 may be too small. It still kind of has the same module, but it looks nicer. Wabbit. The Hamilorian. How did you actually come up with that name? How did he come up with that name? I don't know. Please tell me, someone. When we're talking about skins here, let me. Oops. Why don't it launch? Plugmon. Plug. It's from Japan. He even made for Serum, but I think that's the old one. Yeah, I think that's the old one. Yeah, it says it. Lisa is not compatible with Serum 2. Maybe it's working on it. I don't know. The massive modular is kind of interesting for the Zebra 2. It costs 25. Well, it's kind of okay. It made for Ace. He made freebies. Even for BX, he doesn't do a lot. And the preset for the press work is really nicely looking. It's more minimalistic. If I would have the compressor from UE, I would grab that one because it really looks really, really nicely made. It's really very talented. And I thought Reaper Tips would actually, because he told he was very interested in making graphic design and UIs, and apparently something happened in his real life that didn't work out. That he isn't active anymore. But I mean, the Reaper theme he did was really well made. So yeah, but sometimes doesn't work out. When you get older, you do like Tangent Dream, Giant Street. Yeah. The new Tangent Dream, not the old one. The old one did have Hammer having a mess around Lorian from the Mandalorian. Hammer, a way of life. Now we know. Hammer, come on. TV pushing buttons, still speak the word. Labels are just, yeah, you're right. I'm actually called the hug monster, but you can rest assured if we would meet in real life, I don't give hugs. It's just a character, because I'm not that kind of hugger people person. Not at all. my character might be me, but I'm not. I might be fluffy, but Milo says in Hamaloan language and Hamaloan scales. Milo just invented a new scale. So, you know what? Let's go back and I leave it running. And did I actually have my pause text? I don't think so. Shit, I don't have it. So just watch. Be right back. I'm back. Paul is talking about a Tangerine Dream. I'm going to. I missed. I had a ticket and it didn't work out. I have a ticket for Tangerine Dream in an open air setting. Finally, I got to see it. Yeah, it's not the original. I'm still following Jérôme. Well, he's not part of it. He's doing his own thing. I'm still following Mr. I really was looking to get that record that Torsten made with Steve Roddery, their collaboration. And I did have the ticket for the tour, and they canceled the tour. I don't know why, which was really sad. Tangerine Dream had a big collection of instruments. Yeah, they did. But now it's a bit different. It's still a 3 or 4 piece. I think it's a 3-piece, but they added that violinist, and it's a bit, yeah, it's still active, but a lot of people can make similar sound. Yeah. You could do the similar thing with VCV. Well, it might be not the same thing, but yeah. Just give donuts to Webbin. You know what? Let's save it. And let's freeze that. I'm gonna freeze to mono. Let's see how it actually works out with the delay. Oh. Humans. I think we're not made to be around humans. I don't know. Something had changed. It does work. So let's add, because I wanted to test that new compressor. I did put it in my mixing thing. The new Klanghelm thing. You know, it looks like hardware, okay? I'm normally not into it, but at least it has some information, because sometimes you got hardware looking plugins where you have absolutely no information at all. It also has, let's take it 100. So that is the aha. Has 2 modes. Let's stick with the easy one first. That's high pass filter, okay. But it works in stereo. Question is, do I actually have a mono compressor? Maybe most of them are actually kind of. Question is the they are not really mono. Oh, that's one. There's balls on a bit. Medical silicone. Victor has the TR-1000. Ooh. You have the TR-1000. Takes time and share for another Romanian girl. It's a guy on radio hobby. We could freeze that. Freezing. anything I don't like. Let's put on... Let's go to my compressors here. Which one? That is a multiband. Kilowatts. Which one was that, actually? The purified audio. Ah, that's this one. That's kind of a distressor. It's almost... Is that this one? I did get this thing for a few bucks. Let's see if I find another one. That was this one. That's the kind of modern turbo comp. The Richter. Just this one. I also have another one. Because Clapgram does have another compressor too, but did get that one for free. I'm missing the chat here. I didn't play your video. I thought I would go to a new table. I just put a plugin that has model button on the for the compressor. The thing is, I'm going through my compressor. Do I actually have someone with monofunction? The XL, the SSL. I don't know. This one doesn't have a mono button either. Don't see one. Because it's always that's the normal thing with the routing in Reaper. But it would need to have the Kotelnikov. I don't think he's having. The only one is this one. You know what? This one, I know that it has a monofunction. Let's get rid of those. And get rid of this one and put the... and I think even the mullet should have... Yes, mono. Haha! There I know it has mono. Whee! uh, the thing is, when you send something to SOI, it needs to be 7 minutes, but cover... it covers... that might be a bit risky with the licensing and copyrights. A VC voltage control oscillator monster. So we could actually use the... Let's freeze that. Freezing. Okay. Let's put some EQ on that. Which one? That is for mastering. Let's go to Kershaw. Haha. Haven't been using that. And we can make it dynamic. Ooh, what's that? I don't even know what that is. Interesting. I need to. Actually, you would need to read the manual, of course. But my brain isn't built for modular. Mine either. I thought of getting a small one, but no. I might, even if I had one, I would make sounds like Jet Jervis. It's like me and synthesizer. Oh my goodness. Kind of know the basics, but modular. It is the same thing with a different approach, but yeah, it's like VCV, Eurorack. Yeah, but the principle in synthesizer, when you look at a synthesizer, it's the same thing. It just, if you have a synthesizer, you have everything in one machine. It's fixed, your modulation. You modulate the filter, or whatever, like here, the low pass and the resonance. And with modular, everything is modulating, can be modulating everything. It's a crazy deep rabbit hole. Yeah, it's a big down. So we could, let's freeze that. Freeze that percussion. Okay. Got that. There's a little bit of noise here. Could cut out the noise here. Let's actually freeze the rest. Freeze. Freeze, freeze, freeze. My stream health is still excellent. That's good. Oh, I got a peak there. How about that? Someone said drench it in reverb. Drench. Reverb. Actually, let's test the... Did I put it in there? I think... Not sure. If I already did put it in my folder. Audio damage. You see what's happening? Once it's launched, it is lagging. So now if I launch it in this window, it's still a bit laggy. But at first, when I had the bloom thing active, it was unusable. GPU is, I don't know, because it's not really, it doesn't have a huge load of processing going on. It's, I don't know where it's coming from. So, there's some graphics going on. Yeah, this. But I doubt, because it's even lagging when it's not playing. It just lags by being there. Which is very odd. It's not by processing kind of thing. I don't know. It's very weird. Should we try Cloud Reverb? Cloud is free. It's not amazing. Can you download GitHub sound? Yeah, I recently found, when you're looking, let's cut it, on Gumroad, I found someone, I think it's this one, yeah, Strange Audio, who has a reverb, that, I don't know what it is, it's a micro looper, which has a kind of a UI looking like Ableton, and he made Manifold here, which is a real-time effect processor, micro-looping granular effects thing, which sounded actually really nice. It was on Gumroad. And you're saying the cloud reverb. I think I heard it. Cloud reverb. I think I heard of it. There's the GitHub. I can't say I do like the UI, but well, it's a very simplistic UI. But yeah, why this is doing so much lagging, I don't know. It's very odd. So the whole UI is laggy. And it might be a Windows problem. I don't know. Because when it's closed, nothing's lagging, but once it's open. And the first time I launched the plugin, I had it on a track with a synthesizer. The whole Reaper window kind of froze. It still played sound, but that's pretty much it. We'll download a trial version and check if laggy. If it's not laggy at your place, I don't know. Something is. It may be my presence. That may be it. I don't know. Could add of the bass here. Da Vinci Girl designs sounds. It's the song I asked to play as a popcorn live because next party in my modifications. The week after. Did have the sidechain on When I freeze, the sidechain goes away. Sidechain back. Need to unfreeze that. That's working again. Well, freezing doesn't work, so you need to render. Yeah. Well, freezing doesn't work every time. I'm making good sound, and I'm happy to hear that. Da Vinci Girl is happy with my sounds. Yeah, once you focus on specific things, things might work out well. Because, yeah, at the beginning when you start making music, you have the, you say, oh, I'm going to do this, I'm going to try that. At least for me, it was, oh, I would try techno and dance and all kind of things. Oh, dub techno, but I love listening to dub techno, but making it is kind of boring. I know that, for example, I love listening to Martin Sturzer's music, no matter what he does. It sounds good. And I clearly remember, I haven't seen him for quite a while. Jazz Dude was always saying, oh, when Martin Stutzer makes dub techno, it's so boring. Yeah, the making of it is actually, it's nothing fancy, but it's pretty much your stabs, your kicks, filtering, but it's uh uh your own specific thing, and once you know how to do it, because I tried. No, Martin Stürzer. He streams on Sunday evenings with his cat Neptune. And I always wanted to buy his discography on Bandcamp at some point. Gil plays dub techno is filmmaker Lolly Ableton is opera. Yeah, and if you're really into it, I love listening to it, but I don't like making it. Because maybe as I don't really know how it would need to watch a few videos how they make it. But I kind of found my thing making bubbly textures and drones and a few keys here and there. Very simplistic. Because I even thought making like minimalistic techno, but dude say something, you just got the opposite, and you're probably good. Stürzer with a T, I think. Martin Stürzer. The man with the beard and the cap. He was an Ableton guy. He also sometimes played with Metric, but he has a huge load of hardware synthesizers too. But Full Circle Audio is a good channel to learn how to make dub techno sound stuff. It's Ableton. Can you translate it into Reaper? That's another question. Because I did buy these presets for Diva from Loftrom that he actually made a collaboration with Martin, which has those typical dub techno stab sound. Like, dum, 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 dum. Oh yeah, but when I listen to certain things from back in the days on, I still have the CDs. I have Maurizio and all these basic channel stuff. I even had, which I do regret selling, I have the vinyls of basic channel. I should have kept them. It must be worth a fortune now. When I listen to that stuff, it's very basic. There's nothing much happening except a beat and a few sounds. It's very, very basic. But these things are more interesting to make in a hardware than in a DAW. I don't know, because in a DAW you tend to add too much. Let's add an instrument here and then a bubbly sound there. I meant this and that. And in the end, oh shit, that sounded like crap. Because when I look at people that are making techno and stuff, or house, especially with hardware, it's a very basic setup. I mean, Jeff Mills made tracks with just a 909. Richie Horton used like a 303, a 909, maybe a synth, and that's pretty much it. So I think it's totally dollars. Yes, but the limitation of dollars is because if you have certain hardware, you might try to make a different style or but it might not work because I can't imagine making industrial with an MPC. it might work when you add a lot of distortion pedals, but I don't know. It's built for groovy and hip hop and dance stuff, but I don't see people. They have a certain sound, a certain workflow. With a DAW, you tend to try, can do anything. Still, would say you can be limited by your choice of plugins, maybe. But if you add plugins because I bought stuff that I shouldn't have bought, like certain drum libraries, might work for certain things if you're doing a more like beat-oriented psychedelic lo-fi thing. Might be using real drums, a drum machine. Or it's can use a TR-8. Yeah, I mean, depends really. But once you kind of found your thing, and for example, when I'm looking videos that people do in Reaper or whatever, like Mardix, for example, he has so many tracks in there, and like I know it's kind of template, but why you need 100 tracks to make a very simplistic techno trance song? Because the final thing, he doesn't use like 100 tracks, but Da Vinci goes, even streamed in German, yeah. He also speaks English, but the thing is with style, what are you gonna do? Doing experimental. Experimental is good with modular synths, but when you see Colin Benders making live techno with a modular system, well, anyway, yeah, less is more. It's like, why do I actually keep on adding compressors? Why do I actually have so many EQs? Why do you have so many, I don't know, limiters? Or I'm sort of touching the thing. Let's go down. Yes, I did grab the Klanghelm compressibles because I just wanted it and support the developer. But now, for example, spending 130 euros on the UHE compressor when I already have like 30 of them, that is learn from Daniel Heartbeats how you can produce 10 techno songs a day and each gets noted. Yeah, I mean, I'm quite sure that these people that making all these club tracks, techno, house, there's not much to it when you actually listen to the stuff. And I have the physical albums of the 90s in my collection. And just a few weeks ago, I was putting on some album, some CD that I got. I think can't remember the artist. And I was listening to it and said, okay, it was like 10 tracks on the album. And they all pretty much sounded like 10 tracks from the same drum machine and just modulating a few things. There's not really much happening in there, was it? So, yeah, club tracks is not about making, I don't know, something, a progressive orchestral kind of thing. So it's supposed to be working in a club It has the same recipe. And now they needed a drop. I don't even know what a drop is. The drum roll, in trance, the melody. And up techno, you have the stabs, the filtering, and the delays. And yeah, it's. Uh, so. So responsible on the German second TV modern music scene, ZDF. I don't actually, I don't watch TV anymore. I do have TV, but Drop and Rises, yeah. I mean, when you listen to those tracks, it might work in a club. When in a certain mood, they might work in a car, partying with friends. But alone at home, they don't. I tried to listen to a few of my old CDs from the 90s that I really enjoyed in a car. But when you listen to that on a hi-fi system, I don't know. And I had a channel. He made some hi-fi high-end gear reviews, and he said, "Yes, I'm listening to electronic music, but what he is actually listening to is mostly IDM and ambient. It's not club music. That is a thing that doesn't work on a relaxing on a couch at home. That only works in a club or in a car driving very fast." So yeah, and when you got to a certain age, certain things don't really work out. Why I stopped really listening to a lot of metal. I do like progressive rock, a bit of progressive metal, like Dream Theater, but like the really fast stuff. No, no thanks. I and in my teenage years, I liked Megadeth, but I don't listen to that anymore. I actually totally hated how Dave sings. He doesn't sing. He can't sing. So don't try. And when I say sometimes listen to something very low, it's also something good. It depends. Because if I put it on low volume, I might not hear the details. uh, yeah, but some music don't work at certain volumes. Ambient and stuff like that, lo-fi, that work well in the background. But I seriously doubt when I listen to trash or black or death metal, very low volume. Is there something running in the background? Is there some kind of noise? I don't know. It's like listening to industrial on very low volume. Yeah, so many 90s club tunnel hardcore. Like turn up the bass. Yeah, but then you're in the mood for moving around. I don't listen to that stuff anymore. I still have some of the CDs and compilations, but nope. Put these things up in my hi-fi system doesn't work. So, so let's take a break, and I'll be right back. And we're back. I always wanted to try, I don't even know how they call it, that very slow psychedelic, like the psychedelic trance was very slow, like Dash Glitch made. But the only synthesizer I could actually use for that is either Synth Master or the Anna 2, which has the right presets for that kind of stuff. So that might happen someday. I don't know. But first I need to know how I actually do it. But I don't know. In Surge XT, progressive Psy, yeah. But a slow one. Very slow. Surge, reason. Milo making Psytrance. Yeah, I had a period I was listening to a lot of Psytrance. But I always say it's the bass line. I always call it the bonanza. I call it the bonanza rhythm, like the galloping bass line. A lot of filtering and stuff. You could do it with, of course, when you using the plugins from Polyverse. I got this render. Let's freeze it. The drone. Freeze my drone here. Why did it remove resonances? Are there resonances there? I don't know. What are these so much band? I don't know. It's not always working, is it? Let's get some creative thought. The emotions, maybe. Let's find something wobbly. That kind of works. Cheetah Nova is one of my far free. TDR is really good, but I didn't get the new one. Let me just check. The how is it called? Tokyo Dawn. They had, where is it? Audio software. The Ankara and the Finesse. Didn't get these. The Diageo I didn't get either. Don't really. They're quite expensive. 99 and 149. They're more mastering kind of thing. Spectral processor, which also works on resonances. But as I already have one, but because compared to the one from Tree Body Tech, it kind of worked the same. It's kind of working like a two. So the price is far more high than the one I got from the other one. And apparently the Ankara is kind of a stereo fixing tool. Yeah, if you do mastering, quite expensive. Maybe if there's a deal on. John, Mr. Toucan, John, I might be doing a little exploration of the Toucan stuff on Wednesday. Yeah, because I did get the other from Tokyo down here. The Prism ultrasonic on a, I think on a bundle deal. And the Arbiter, I don't really know what they're doing, but look at it. Apparently they do something. I actually need to look what they do. What to join? That's a good question. How would that work? You install Decent, it's not laggy. But you're on Milo, you're on Apple. So, wait a minute, I will have to get an Apple. Oh. We have that. Should reopen it. Just to check something. Talk. You're done audio software. So special filters bundle. So which one was that? Yeah. On here the elliptical. A modern take on elliptical filters supports minimal and linear phase modes and advanced compensation options. So no clue what that is. Ultra low frequency control. That's the infrasonic. The ultrasonic. I think that's. It's more like mastering. And the arbiter is the selective spectral balancer, fully independent on signal level, ideal for de-essing, plosive removal, and much more. Elliptical. So the elliptical cuts out the bass frequencies. Looks like it. Okay. And the infrasonic 2 controls the accumulation of ultrasonic component oversample recording playback change. Bye-bye. Fix phase problems. Yeah, I don't even know what face prompt is. uh, okay, that's the frequency. That's slope. Okay. It looks it does something. You know what would be interesting if I add the thing from I'll actually remove that. I don't know why I have that folder again. It's from Cable Guys. Kabelgiese. The pancake. I'll work on that. Bubbly all over. Drop an old school beat, forgot half jazz. Nice. Got text, yeah, with SMS. Yeah, I know that how the that when you have phase issues, when you have the same sound, when you think that the problem is I don't hear that kind of thing, and you might not hear that on YouTube, but when the sound is the same, it cancels one out, and you don't hear anything. But if you have issues, some sounds and resonances somewhere. Because I know that some people that make duplicate tracks, like for example, when I see Mike doing his drum edits and guitar, he has multiple layers of the same sound. That might be happening later. Sure, you have to say please. Because you could use that, but barely use it. Still wanted to use something between that. Let's stick with the UE stuff. Some diva. Hey, well, actually, talk to me when he's playing videos games. That's even worse than that's worse than Backseat's producing. La, la, la. Oh, I like that one. Could actually, that's make it a Firebird. Here. Let's add some MIDI. Maybe the last one a bit longer. No Man's Sky is an actual sequence in the game. I didn't know about it. I did play it a while, but I stopped playing games at all. YouTube visits are just, yeah. That's a good question. YouTube is weird. The thing is, I want to mention that. You get subscribers. I mean, I had 344. But when you stream, and I'm happy about it, to see you all in my chat, but you don't get a lot of new ones. They might be, I don't know. Do they actually watch any of the videos, Mike? Because I don't see the views going up that much. But they subscribing, but can use oscilloscope to sort it out. Yeah, so I'm asking myself, even if you're like having like 10,000 or 1,000,000 subscribers, you post a video and it might get 100 views. It's like John from the Reaper recently did make a video, and I said, "Oh, I was kind of surprised that it did get so many views because he doesn't post that much recently." So right now it says 11 views. Yeah, that's 203 people else probably. Yeah, it's the how can I say that? Between subscribers and actually viewers, it's already a big difference. And it works differently on Twitch, because Twitch, when you have people supporting your channel, they actually paying to be a subscriber. That's different than the YouTube. You have 6.5, 20K views. Yeah, because a lot of people actually watch videos without even subscribing at all. Or they search for certain videos, they watch it, but for certain videos, the search might pop up. They watch it and they search for a specific thing. And you might have, especially with John and Took and stuff, you got a lot of Reaper users that when you publish a new video with a new instrument or an effect, they watch it, but they don't subscribe. So, but the views are not the subs, and paying viewers, it's the algorithm is very, very, very strange. But when I have 5 watching, you can have fun chat with 5 versus 5,000 away. Yeah. That's why the problem with, for example, Twitch, you have streamers, they have, when they stream, it's not musically related, games or whatever it is, and you have like hundreds and hundreds of people in that chat. Why do you have a chat? And actually, yeah, they're talking with each other. They're not talking with the host. I mean, I've seen one German streamer have like 20,000 people in chat when he streamed. Can you imagine 20? And I was watching the video. I was logged in and watching just 20,000 people, and the chat was just going like a prompt on stereo. So how can you actually follow this? And I don't like when there's no interaction. I mean, yes, I do watch. Sometimes when I'm bored, I watch Ken Spong or streams like that. But there's a bit of interaction. But when Ken does his pub, they interacting with each other, but not really with the chat. And yeah, ProSynth Network has the questions when they're doing their show. It's kind of interaction, but it's a show, and that's why I stopped following like that show in from these 2 German guys. And in the beginning, it was interesting, but the show was mostly these 2 talking to each other. There was not really, and I watched it only once, where it was really interesting when they had Thorsten Quetsching from Tangerine Dream, and they actually picked up my question because I knew that Thorsten was doing an album with Steve Roddery, and I asked him about how is that thing going on, and he says and because Steve also played on a concert in the UK with Tangerine Dream, and I was asking the question, how did that show go? And he actually picked that up. But by the way, let's talk about games now. At home, seen the boy grew 1.5 million in a month. Guy makes music on the streets of New York with strangers. Yeah, that might be. That's really the viral thing. Let's talk to David and you know each other. Yeah. It's like someone actually said once, because I'm missing the chat because I'm occupied in doing my thing here. Might be missing a lot, but it's like Shaba. Shaba had his own thing. He's playing his modular. He doesn't even have the chat open. But that's his thing. He's doing his stream. He's playing his music. That's his thing. You still have the chat open, but he doesn't react to it. And that's okay, we know. But one who actually doesn't join anymore, Nenko, or is French, he also streamed, and he said that having the chat open distracts him. So, and that's why I ask why you actually stream. So, if you stream, no matter if you're doing hardware jam, I mean, then don't stream, just make a video. If you don't like the interaction, because Data Bros stopped interacting at all. Sometimes he reacts, but barely. So he's just doing his thing. So don't stream at all. Just record a video and then put it out there. So and people can put comments beyond on the video and discuss and whatever. But if you stream, you like the interaction. You like maybe something, okay, I don't know how to do that. And you get an answer on that, or someone has a question. So, yeah, I like that. But they keep distracting me. Keep distracting me here. Never heard of me. So, might be a very fluffy monster. We always like John and his humor. Yes, for example, the same when Mike Robinson from Let's Talk About Reaper, when he does stream, he doesn't stream for the interaction. He streams when he have time, and he's doing his processing of his drums and guitars, some recording he does, and he's talking to himself. Sometimes he reacts to the chat, but mostly doesn't. And he does the same thing when he does his Da Vinci thing on Facebook. He's mostly watching his screen, and sometimes he sees the chat, but it's 4 years. I don't know where they are, but I think they're all deaf. There's so many lives, we do. Now YouTube will pick them up. Yeah, that might be. But I think we follow certain streams. Well, actually, in the chat, mostly probably follow because of the interaction with each other. And the guy is... is it my Facebook? No, not you. I said Mike Robinson started doing live stream with DaVinci Resolve on Facebook because it doesn't do it on YouTube. I don't know why. I know that he has a channel with his company, but he streams when he's doing his DaVinci Resolve edits on Facebook. I actually catch it a few times when I'm mostly at work, but it's quite really good at it. So it's really good at making videos. Romanians just look no YouTube. Might be a language barrier. I don't know. Because when you have a streamer that just talks German, you won't get any Americans. Uses Facebook, but he's very old. Yeah, that's a good question. I know that he's doing. I think he's doing it because he's promoting his company on Facebook. Maybe that's why. Because he might get better response about his video company on Facebook rather than YouTube. But I would actually would say make it on Facebook and like Instagram and even TikTok because I hate socials. Yeah, I do have Facebook, but Facebook is mostly at work when I'm bored. I'm not posting much. And I even have Instagram when I post a picture every 6 months. But Romans had no internet. If you do small notes. With small doesn't work. Yeah, that might work. Let's do just like that. And let's add let's add, where are my diva? Let's add some Let's delay or reverb. Let's add some reverbs. This time meter channels, mainly gamers. Yeah, I have a lot of Discord channel. I even have my own. But I must say, I even am on a few plugin developer Discords where I didn't even know they have one. But it's not much happening there. It's very, very silent. The only plugin developer Discord that is very active is Dorsum. The rest is when you ask a question and I have a polyverse, totally silence. Obviously, Vital, which is mostly people talking to each other. The developer is never there. Same goes for Audio Damage, very silent. There's supporter apparently, but yeah. And one which very active too is the guys from Soundpaint, which also do quite a lot of competitions and stuff like that. But I mean, somewhere the human brain can effectively manage 100 people at a time. Maybe. There's still a lot. 100 people is a lot. Imagine 100 people in chat. It's already when they're all talking to each at the same time. Oh my. And Victor said, I'll put everyone on mute. I support a lot of common we already know. Leave it alone. One Discord channel, yeah. I mean, you have certain people that the younger generation might like Discord more than the older generation. So that might be a thing. One gear release. Or one free plugin video. I think I'm on a... Yeah. Oops. Yeah. That's a kind of delay-ish. This one. Uh-huh. Yes. Let's change the notes a bit. He's no. Let's see if I duplicate. Missing chat. Then we need a gas station economy. Baffling. The same thing, it's just the States. We have certain towns here, especially on the border with the French and the Germans and the Belgians. You got a street full of gas stations. Because apparently they think they have a choice with gas stations. I don't know. They're always selling the same thing, but different brand. Maybe the price is varying a bit, but not more, but can I handle more? That's a good question. In my opinion, because I've seen a documentary on how the system works. We invented industry at some point. The industry was making so much stuff, and nobody actually bought it because they had no need. And the industry said, "Oh, let's create need." And then they invented, ads. First, you have the big ads everywhere when you see it. Big cities, ads everywhere. They created a need, but we don't actually need. And then they created programmed obsolescence, like something breaks in a matter of time. So they created a new need because the thing is broken all the time. And suddenly people realized, shit, the resources, the environment, something wrong with us. Totally wrong. And now they try to correct it, but I think it's a bit too late. So, microphones, talked about expensive microphones. Very expensive. Yeah, the Da Vinci Girl knows expensive microphones. YouTube for 70, and that's still not a very expensive one. Seen more expensive one. Yeah. Yeah. For what I do, I don't need it. Why do you actually call it keys? How do you call the other thing when you have how do they call that? Lead. Let's call it lead because keys is a thing. Lead. There's another lead. Okay. Oh, this. That's pretty much it. AI isn't about human greed. Yeah, exactly. I mean, human greed actually put us in the shit where we are. And most of them, they don't even realize it. I mean, some get so greedy, call it lease, keys, freeze. That sounds good. They get so greedy. And I always remember one track. It's the only track that band made in German. And there's a line which is called Geld kann man nicht fressen. You can't eat money. And it's, I think it's a line some Indians said that when someone tried to buy their land. The Indian said, I can't eat money. I can eat from my land, but I can't eat money. I can buy stuff, but it's not the purpose. Browner just produced 100 microphones a year. Ooh, I'm not surprised it is so expensive. John said, "You never had phantoms. You never won." John must know because John knows. That's mass production. It's a lot of poor Chinese. It's the robots and we actually, you want cheap stuff, cheap, fast, but in the end, well, I don't like to. Oh, that's expensive. Oh my. Yeah. If it's expensive, not everything expensive is good. A Ferrari is expensive. It's not good. I drove one. I even drove two. I must say Ferrari is shit. They might cost millions, but they are shit. I'd rather buy a Lamborghini than a Ferrari. Well, yeah, or Rolls Royce for that price. But still talking about Noisy microphone. Hey, cannot eat paper. Yeah, exactly. We can buy. No, yeah, can't eat. Yeah. Yeah, something is wrong. And I think I might be pessimistic. I think the day humans realize it, it's too late. Sadly. So some tried like 50 years they're trying, and they're still trying, and some don't give up and some do. Like protesting, like trying to change laws, and in the end, you see what's happening everywhere. It's like what's happening in the Middle East again. Normally, we don't talk politics with other. I seen a post on Facebook, and I had to really put my Senf geben. I did wrote, yeah, their leader is dead. I'm quite sure the next one is the same shit. These people are so stupid. They don't know anything else. They will choose the same shit again. I mean, they used to this kind of shit like 40 years or longer. They don't know anything else. They so it's like hoping that I don't know North Korea would actually change. You can't change them. It's impossible. And the same goes for other countries where they're so greedy, they're destroying everything and destroying people at the same time. Try to change them. Mm-mm. Mm-mm. Uh-oh. Also experimental free plugin developer. I know might be Chris from yeah, and Windows. I I tried them, but it might be interesting, but I'm very visual. So I uninstalled them because couldn't really figure out how. Oh, and I had a similar plugin range, which kind of a spectral thing. You had a few faders, and then what's going on? What is uh so I would say America's lost. No, was there? Some say communism didn't work because humans are greedy, and capitalism doesn't work because humans are greedy. It's it's uh, it's hopeless. You try to, I mean, you try to talk to somebody. Why? So it's sad, but instead we're gonna buy a lot of U87 microphones now. So, I think it's time to close shop. I will keep that track. It's not yet finished, but I'm gonna close my loop cloud actually. Discard changes. And then, yeah, closing shop. Thanks for watching. Might eat something. Some even say Windows doesn't work because, yeah, kind of works, but they keep on adding stuff that nobody actually needs. But, yeah, what do we know? We're not greedy enough. Yeah, it's. So thanks for watching. Thanks for entertaining. Yeah, let's see. We're gonna do on Wednesday. Well, we're gonna explore that token stuff. So until then, I think Recon is streaming at this time. I might grab something to eat and join Recon doing his noises. So until then, buy some microphones. The most expensive. Da Vinci Girl said you have to buy a lot of microphones. So, where's my? There.
Bye.
Goodbye.